Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Homestead-Miami Speedway for Round 6 of the FARA Championship Series, FARAUSA.com, if you're looking for a little bit more information about that. Something very special unfolding here if you're at the track and listening in as cars head out on track. Big news here. Basically, we're streaming, and we're streaming live. And a big step for FARA as they continue to improve every aspect of the FARA Championship. It was already pretty solid, and under the new ownership now, taking big strides on elevating the FARA Championship Series. And one of those touches is to have us streaming now. And from Driver's Eye Live, very experienced streaming company as well. So really great to have that partnership now underway. The other big partnership, of course, we have to address right off the bat is, since this is the Hankook 300, is our great partnership with Hankook, the official tire of the FARA USA Championship Series. Hi, everybody. I'm Greg Creamer. Great to have you with us, whether at the track or on the stream. Busy couple of days ahead. We just started with our first group. It's the open wheel series called Formula Inter, and I'll get into that a little bit more, but just want to run through the schedule for you right now. And that will run until 12 o'clock. Then at 12:05, we will have the first group of practice for the FARA Championship classes. That's FARA Prototype and Modified Production. That will run from 12:05 to 12:45. Then Group 2 will go out for another 40-minute practice, 12:50 to 1:30. Then we'll be taking a break as we have a couple of groups here. One is called VIP Experiences. The other is Academy. And what that is like high-performance lapping. It's not door-to-door racing. It's driver training, driver experience, and the like. So we'll take a little break on the stream at that point. And at 2:10, we'll be back with our open wheel second practice session for Formula Inter. Then at 3:40, 2 25-minute sessions for FARA Prototype and Modified Production as we get underway with qualifying, Group 1 and Group 2. Then we will have qualifying for the Formula Inter Series. We'll start at 4:40. Then we've got a nice little break, including a dinner break here at the track from 6 to 6:50. Food trucks already making their appearance here. It's one of the things that the FARA Championship Series is really known for here at Homestead, and particularly is they've got a group of food trucks that come out. The food is absolutely fantastic. If you're at the track, you're going to want to try it. If you're watching on the stream, the next time you get an opportunity to come to a race here for the FARA Championship Series, do it. It's got great viewpoints. The Roval here is absolutely fantastic. Produces some phenomenal racing, and you will be able to enjoy those wonderful food trucks. There's often family activities as well, so lots to be thinking about here. After that, we will have our first race. 7 o'clock, we'll start gridding. At about 7:30, we will have our first race for the FARA Prototypes and Modified Production cars. They are 30-minute sprint races, and that will wrap up our activity for today, getting done shortly after 8 o'clock. Then it's rinse and repeat in a way tomorrow. There will be a 90-minute enduro included in tomorrow's activities, and tomorrow we start a lot earlier as well to try and get people out of here. Cool thing about that race tonight, it's getting dark enough at that type of time of evening. We might have the lights on here at Homestead-Miami, and of course wanting to start a little bit later so that the racing happens when it's a little bit cooler. So that's basically what's on tap for you today. Right now, it is, as I said, the Formula Inter Championship is out on track right now. And just to give you a little bit of background, just looking for the scoring feed here really quickly, folks. And so let's talk a little bit about the cars that are out on track right now. This is, as I said, it's Formula Inter. This is a really great concept for this category, because for young drivers or drivers that have been running in karting, because there are a lot of drivers that run in karting that aren't necessarily teenagers and have been running it for a while, but when they want to maybe make that step up and actually try car racing, that step to go right into, say, Formula Continental in SCCA racing, or USF 2000, or Formula 4 or Formula 3. Big step in terms of cost. So Formula Inter was created. What they use is they use a couple of older generation old cars, and it is the Ligier F4, so it's a really great car. But by using a couple of generations older chassis, it keeps the cost down. They can run these cars. The series purchases the cars, and the drivers, all they have to do is show up. They get a test day where they're working with the engineers and mechanics for the Formula Inter program, and then they get out and they practice, they qualify, and go racing. But what it is the way that Formula Inter is structured, it's a lot cheaper step for these drivers to step out of karts, get some experience in open wheel cars, get their first experience with a little bit of aero. These cars have some aero. It's not big ground effects, and it's not massive downforce, but it's effective aero, and it's their first step before they step into cars at a slightly higher level. And whether you're going into open wheel or whether you're going into prototype, aero is a big deal in either category. So it's a stepping stone, but it's a place to make that leap from go-karts at a much reduced cost to the driver, because everything is run through Formula Inter, and they've been able to purchase a group of cars at a lower cost because it's not the newest generation. It's really a great idea, and really hoping that it takes off. They're all powered by the four-cylinder Honda K20, basically the same engine in a Honda Civic. Puts out about 150 horsepower, and the chassis are only 1,300 pounds. So these cars, they get going. Of course, they're not going to be known for just wickedly fast straight line speeds. Where they make their speed is through the corners because of the aero, the open wheel configuration on these cars. And one of the great things about Homestead-Miami Speedway is big horsepower. You don't have any really long straights here to be able to just generate good horsepower. A fast lap around here is much more important to carry speed through the turns as opposed to the acceleration in between the turns, if you will. So if you can roll a lot of speed through a corner and you can exit that corner a little bit quicker than your competition, again, because this is basically a spec class, well, that allows you to be able to, you'll just carry that advantage all the way down that straight until you get to the next braking zone. So it's a great training ground, not only for the aero, but they're underpowered by design, so you have to learn how to flow speed through a corner. Don't overslow into a corner. Roll a lot of speed, a lot of momentum through the corners, and that is what is going to give you a fast lap around here. For these cars, we're running the standard Roval consideration or layout, which includes the twisty bits on both sides of the speedway, if you will. You dip down into 2, 3, 4. We'll talk a little bit about that. And for the Formula Inter cars, we also are running the infield 11, 12, 13, 14 section. And we'll show that to you in pretty short order here. What we're looking at right now, essentially, is exactly that bit of racetrack I was talking about. The turn you're seeing in the background is turn 12. It would be the farthest corner. Then 13, 14, and then up through the last turn, sort of where you blend back up onto the speedway, is turn 15. So this configuration will be used for Formula Inter when we get ready for the FARA Championship Series, which is the FARA prototypes and modified production. For this week, doing something a little different, using what they call the Roval Pro layout, which includes the infield turns 1, 2, 3, 4, but we will be utilizing the oval 3 and 4, which will become turns 10 and 11, and just roll through that part of the oval. So lots of exciting stuff to be looking at here as we get going. It is the number 8 of Michael Costello that is topping the sheets right now. Again, this is just practice, but still in all, good information to have for you. It's practice. He's turned a 133.1, and that is a pretty respectable lap around here to be doing this that early. So very impressive for Michael Costello. One of the things that we see with Formula Inter here is because there's a lot of churn in terms of the entrance. There are some drivers that have come back for 2, 3 rounds, but also, as I said, you know, for a young driver who wants to dip his toe in the water for that experience of making the step from karts and up, You may not be able to fund a full season, but at least you can give it one race where you are able to come out and sort of see. And, part of it is karts are great. Cars are a little different. So you come out in one of these cars, and if you find out, darn, I'm really fast in these, well, now you know, all right, I'm going to work on it and come up with a program to do a full season somewhere, maybe here and maybe in another championship. But you might do it and you might realize, oh, I got a lot of work to do if I'm going to race cars here. And so you go back to karts and maybe you take some schools and try and improve your craft. So it really serves a lot of different aspects. And one of the things you can see, folks, there are some pretty dark clouds in the sky around here in spots. And so weather could become a factor throughout the weekend here. So just letting you know about that. This is a look at turn 8. And great corner, huge overtaking opportunity into turn 8. But it's also, especially when we get to the FARA classes, it's huge in terms of not overslowing or overshooting 8. You've got to have a really good drive out of turn 8 because it launches you all the way down that backstretch. So that's really crucial here. And we go back now to, and we're already starting to see some raindrops coming down. You can see most of the Formula Inner field now heading right down into pit lane because we have rain over on what would be the east side of the speedway right now. And they are all coming in. They all went out, I'm sure, on slicks here for the early part of the session and have now decided, with the rain, maybe not the thing to do. At this stage, it's Christian Garduño, who's a driver that we have seen before here in the number 12 Formula Inter. Best lap, a 132.789. So a nice lap there, but Costello, before the weather hit, it also dipped into the 132s at a 132.9. So right now the margin between Garduño and Costello is less than 0.2 of a second. Then a little bit of a gap up to a young lady, really excited to see Mate Caceres out of Uruguay running here this weekend. She participated in the Formula One Academy this year with a top 15 finish in that. She has, in 2022, done some races in the Formula 4 U.S. Championship and the USF Championship as well. As I said, she did the Formula One Academy as well. And she became a fan and a competitor in motorsports because her father actually races rally racing in Uruguay. So great to have her with us. And nice to have Mate along. Suelo Almeida, another one of the drivers that we have seen before, the Brazilian. Right now, back just a little bit as well. We're just really starting to get up to speed. Then it's the number 9 is Santiago Fernandez. New to me in this one. And this session has been checkered. They just decided to checker this one early because this rain is coming in. And it's not light rain here, folks. It is pummeling down, as you can see. If you're watching on the stream, welcome to Southern Florida. Because this is what you're going to be experiencing on and off here. Number 5 in the order as well is Mauro Herrera. And currently sits in the 6th spot. Then Emma Scarborough. Nice to have Emma with us in the number 15, sits in 7th. And probably the most experienced guy out there, but he really didn't get any significant time. I think he did one out and back in. It's the number 11 of Alex Popov. And if that name sounds familiar, it would be because you followed IMSA for a number of years. And his father is a two-time IMSA champion and a really solid talent. And Alex, his dad got him obviously into racing out of Venezuela. Karting experience in the SK Super Kart USA and ROK Cup. Has won multiple classes in both categories in recent years. Really doesn't have any experience outside of karting. This season is his first experience in stepping up and out of the karting ranks. And got to note that he's doing what all these younger drivers sometimes find they have to do to be able to continue to get rides, as they're working as a coach and a mechanic and trading that, instead of getting paid very much, trading that into track time. So this session has been concluded. Again, it's a practice session, so in terms of starting lineup for races, not necessarily that crucial. They will be back out again for another practice. They get another practice at about 2:10 this afternoon, then they will actually qualify at 4:40. So have a little bit of time here. Our next session was scheduled to start at 12:05. At 12:05, and that will be the first appearance of our FARA prototype in modified production. So we're going to pause here for just a minute. We will be back right about 12:05. And if there are any updates, I mean, the rain right now is really coming down, so everything might be put on hold here for just a little bit. As we get word, we'll update you both here at the track and here on the stream for the Hankook 300 for the FARA USA Championship Series.
will be a combined FARA practice for the FARA prototype and modified production for 1 hour. It will be starting at 1 hour practice for all of the FARA classes, FARA prototype and all of the modified production classes for 1 hour. At that point, we will update you as to what the rest of the schedule is. But that's the latest we have. As I said, I know Race Direction has
Well, folks, welcome back to a very wet, but at least the rain has abated significantly. The lightning has moved off, so we are back to a green track. Cars heading out on course momentarily. The schedule is a bit up in the air. We will update you as we get word. We know this first session will be for combining the two groups that they were split into previously. It will be everybody in the pool, and I use that term because I think the pun works considering how much rain we've had. Everybody in the pool for an hour. So that means the FARA prototype machines and the modified production machines will be heading out on track. And for those of you joining us here on the stream who may never have been to Homestead-Miami Speedway, before we see a lot of cars out on track, thought we'd give you a little tour with some of the camera shots here. And what you're looking at right now is basically, it's the end of the front straight or the pit straight. You can see the pit lane off to the left just a little bit. And that first turn is turn 1. And it is a really quick corner. You come off the banking and you have that banking as you turn in just a little bit. Then it flattens out. So you've got to really get that turn done right. It's easy to have the car snap away from you there. Then the turn that follows obviously would be turn 2, and it's more snug than it looks. You look at a map and it seems, well, that's, semi-flowing. Well, guess what? It is a little bit tight. There's no question about that. And you exit 2 and you head on over into a really tricky complex. Here's the exit of turn 2, and you can see how much that comes back. Watching I think we have our first penguin into the shark-infested waters here. Everybody else sitting in pit lane going, all right, how's this going to go? Coming out of turn 2, and then we head into this really tricky complex of corners, which is 3, 4, 5. And what we're seeing here, I think, is 4 and then exiting through 5. 3 is a tight left-hander, and you don't want to use all the track through 3 because if you would drive a normal line out there, it's just way too much track you're running. So you run it a little short through 4. Make sure you exit middle track coming out of 3 so you can swing left, get through this turn. Look at the puddles that are out there. Get through this turn, turn 4, then that little flick to the left is turn 5, and then a relatively long straight down into a good braking zone, good overtaking zone in turn 6. Now, once you get out of 6, turn 7 is very much an increasing radius. There it is. So you get through 6 well, and you're just pretty much flat chat from the exit of 6 through this. It's a corner. It's not just a little bend. It's definitely a corner, but you can get through it pretty much anything flat. And then down into the hardest braking on the track, turn 8. Brutal on the brakes down here, huge overtaking area. But what you want to be very careful of is that you don't overslow into that turn, which is easy to do when you're doing some late braking, or overcharge it and then have to give up on the exit to not run off track because it leads onto a really long run, essentially. Turn 9, which is where it just rejoins the back straight there. Not even really much of a corner, but it's counted as a turn. And then for these cars this weekend, they're running the banking. So instead of the 15-turn infield complete road course, it's a 10-turn track. Because this would be, or an 11-turn track, because the first half of what would be oval 3 and 4 is essentially turn 10, and then the exit is turn 11 onto the front straight, and you can see the infield track, which would be 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 there. So that gives you a lap here. And the one thing that running what they call the Roval Pro course, which is the one that includes the banking, one thing it gives you the opportunity to do is now you can play the draft in a lot of these cars. None of the straights here normally are that long, maybe of just a smidge of a toe, but not enough, right? But with that banking, you can definitely build a draft, and it's going to be fascinating to see who plays that well once we get into the races coming out of turn 11 or oval 4, and who's got the draft and the slingshot set up appropriately. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Once again, this is a practice session. It has been combined. As we get updates on the rest of the schedule, we'll let you know. Obviously, things are going to be compressed a bit and the like with this long delay. Good news is, according to most of the weather apps that everybody seems to be checking, and as they say these days, The weather pretty much depends on what app you're using. But most of them indicate that the storms have pretty much moved through, and we should be in pretty good shape, hopefully, for the rest of the day. We'll keep our fingers crossed on that one. Don't have a lot of takers right now, as you might imagine. You can see the 148 of Julio Gastaldi running in the MP3B category, the 09 of Jonathan. And it's the first names of 3 drivers. Now, you can run multiple drivers per car. And in this one, it is the 09 of Jonathan, Charles, and Roberto. And then the 77 of Marco Pizza right now are the 3 cars that are out, obviously, way off the pace. And I would suspect that for this hour session, it's going to be 15, 20 minutes before we see more takers coming out because, the guys that wanted to get out. And to me, this is smart. This is southern Florida where this weather can pound in any time. If you don't have a lot of wet weather experience, bolt on your wets, get out there and drive a little bit. You don't have to drive 10/10ths, but just get a feel for driving in the wet if you don't have a lot of it, because there's a good chance at other points this weekend some weather might come in. And so you want to be able to get out and be able to compete. So get a little bit of wet practice in. That's always a good thing to have in your quiver and be able to pull out when you need it here. But I think a lot of the teams are going to wait until the drivers that are out on track have moved some of the water off. We saw some of the puddling over at the apex curbing in turn 4. Well, that's going to be existing at a lot of other curbs. It's natural here. You get these turns that have a little bit of banking, and then you've got a curb at the apex. Well, the water's going to pile up, run down that little bit of banking and pile up on the apex. So I think we're going to see a lot more competitors come out after 15, 20 minutes or so. And once the drivers that are on the track displace a little bit of that water, get a little bit of a line built. Obviously up on the big banking in 10-11 or oval 3 and 4, that's going to dry the quickest. And I'm trying to get some indication of any kind of wind out there, and it's very minimal right now. The palm fronds are barely moving. Wind would certainly help. We don't have any at this point, but at least the rain has abated, and we have cars out. So at this stage, everything is pretty preliminary at this point. So what we're going to do is we're going to take it a little bit easy here on the call. Once we get significant number of cars out on track, we'll start to call. Ooh, somebody going really slow through there, and I don't know if that looks a little slow for just dipping a toe in the water here. They may have a problem out there. So we're going to lay a little bit light on the announcing, and we'll pick it up here once everybody gets out there. But do want to say welcome to everybody watching on the stream, to everybody here at the track. The food trucks are open right center of the paddock. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 of them are here. So beautiful time to wander over there. Boy, that car has come to a stop right at the exit of, well, it's past the exit of 4 right as you start to turn into 5. So that's going to put a stop to this session while they go out and retrieve that car. They're giving, there's not a lot of cars out there, so they're giving that guy a lot of time to see maybe if it just stalled or whatever, if he can recycle it and get it started again. And the word comes from race control, black flag all, black flag all. So everybody who's on track is going to be ducking down into pit lane. Pit exit is closed, and they will go out and retrieve that machine out there. I think that might be the 77, the Fuel Tech BMW M3 of Marco Pizza. But nonetheless, this session is halted briefly while they go retrieve that car. And we have cars heading back out. Track is green. They did the extraction of our stalled vehicle, so the track is back to green. See a few more cars making their way into the pit lane. And see one of them heading back behind the wall. Number of different classes here. Let's talk about that real quick, because it gives me also an opportunity to give a shout out to the brave drivers, the fun-loving drivers in a category called Honda Wars, because they're going to be a lot of the cars that are out and running right now. FARA has multiple classes, and the simplest way to determine how they group them is its power to weight, right? That's the simplest way to do it. There are other little things, but we don't need to get too deep into the minutia. They have 3 categories that are listed as FP, which are FARA prototype. As you would imagine, they are prototype style equipment. FP1 basically would be for cars, we have them running on occasion, the Le Mans Prototype 3, right? Powered by a pretty big horsepower V8. LMP3 style cars would be an FP1. Anything that is really quick, really powerful would fall into FP1. FP2 or FARA Prototype 2 are for regular automobile engine powered machines. It would include, say, the Radical, the 6-cylinder Radical. It's got to be a prototype that has an auto engine, a car engine in the back. Then FP3 would be, and these are for the auto engines of 6 cylinders and above, inline 5 if somebody would be to run something like that. Then FP3 would be the purview of anybody running the liter motorcycle engine in a prototype, or a 4-cylinder auto engine. So those are your 3 FARA prototype categories. The other category is modified production, right? I should say the other class is modified production. There's a number of categories in it. There's MP1A and B, MP2AB, MP3AB, MP4, and Honda Wars. And that sounds a lot like alphabet soup, but really it just breaks out that MP1 are the fastest modified production cars. And when we say modified production cars, they've got to be cars that started with a production chassis. So that would include Porsche GT3 Cup cars, where that chassis goes through the line. Then before all of the extra stuff is bolted in that would make it a street car, it's taken off the line and put into another production line to be converted into a race-ready turnkey racing car, but it starts with a production shell or chassis. And so MP1A would be for the FIA GT3 category cars, 4-liter GT3 Cup cars up to that would include 99.2, the Cup 99.2 variant. MP1B, that would be up to 4 liters for the GT3 Cup cars, up to 4 liters. If your car is a GT3 Cup car at 99.1, for instance, then you would run in the MP1B category, because that's limited to 3.8 liter for Cup cars and for what's called limited prep V8s. And that is, those are street cars that are very limited in the allowable modifications. So even a Corvette could run there, but it would be a car that runs with minimal mods on it. Then you move to MP2, and their 2 categories. MP2A would be for the SRO GT4 category cars, or other cars up to 3.6 liters in engine displacement. Then MP2B would be for what are known commonly as touring cars. The BMW E46 M3 is an example, the BMW M2. Then MP3A and B. MP3A is up to 3 liters. Simple. MP3B up to 2.5 liters. And then MP4A is Honda Civics, Mazda Miatas, the 1.6 liter Jetta, that sort of vehicle. And then one of my favorite categories here is the Honda Wars. And what they are, it's sort of a spec class. It can be any kind of a Honda car. It just has to run the 1.8 liter B series Honda engine. So you'll see a variety of different cars in that category. You'll see Honda Civics. Obviously, that's going to be a big one in that category. But there are other types of car that will run in there as well. And that's what makes it really fun, is that you'll see these different categories out there. But it's a Honda chassis, a Honda car, but everybody has to run the 1.8-liter B-Series Honda engine. And that makes the class so close and so fun when we have a nice number of them especially. So those are the different categories of the machines that we'll be seeing in modified production. We do have some of the FARA prototype cars that are entered. I'm not surprised that we're not seeing them out right now, just for the simple reason that they're a little less friendly to drive, obviously, when it's wet out. So, and the track is still a bit damp, although we are seeing the spray coming off of the cars mitigating quite a bit. As you turn into turn 1, there is a sizable little dip over there. As you turn into turn 1, there it is. You can see it right there. You get that splash. Normally you might float a little bit more through that corner, but in these conditions, what you want to do is turn in up on the banking where it's relatively dry, straighten the car out a little bit to go through those two little rivulets, for lack of a better term, and then finish your turn once you get through those two little bits of water. Now watching the cars coming down into turn 6. And again, that's a pretty stout braking zone down there. But once you get to the apex and you start feeding it throttle, you just keep on feeding it throttle. I'm not sure about the wet. You may be a little more tentative, obviously, in the wet, but in the dry, it's just flat chat pretty much from the exit of 6 all the way to this turn, turn 8, where you get hard on the binders here. And then get the car rotated so you can grab as much throttle as you can, as early as you can for this run all the way down now through oval 3 and 4 and onto the front straight. Fastest car out there right now, one of our MP3B category cars. MP3B, once again, up to 2.5 liters, 2.5 liters, and that is David Tuati in the TLM Motorsports BMW 328. He's one of the team principals of that organization. TLM is Tuati Lira Motorsports. He's sharing the car with David Lira, his partner in the company. They'll be sharing that car today. Unfortunately, David has to leave tomorrow. Won't be here tomorrow, but we'll get some good track time. Also out there is the number 18 of Jonathan Bowerman, running an MP3A. So that's one class higher in terms of displacement, up to 3 liters. And he is out there in a 2006 BMW 325. I mentioned earlier the 148 of Julio Gastaldi. And Julio is running in the MP3A category as well in that VW Golf. Then the 215 Rodolfo Rodriguez. He's run certainly in this category before, the 215. That's the Honda Wars entry of Rodolfo. Then the 09 of Jonathan, Charles, and Roberto sharing their 2002 BMW 330. The 77 of Marco Pisa, who I believe is the car that had the issue out there. And that's... You have a couple of other cars that are out on track right now. I have no information on them at this point. The 256 of Alex Garcia has just completed his first lap. Also running in the Honda Wars category. We're definitely starting to see some speed coming into play here. So obviously the track is starting to find some spots where there's a little bit of grip. David Tawadi, a very talented driver, no question about it, but he just got down into the 145s, a 145.081. So everybody else, there had been times up in the 2 minutes, upper 158s, 159s, and David now putting in some pretty good speed at this stage. Jonathan Bowerman, and Tuati just lowers it again to a 144. 144.660. Again, this track about, with this kind of configuration, still about 2.2 miles, right in that. So that's starting to get around there pretty good. Bowerman, Rodriguez, Castaldi. The number 71 now of Patrizio Franulik in his BMW 318 Ti now is getting into the fray. Ooh, somebody having a little bit of a problem there at the exit of 4. Again, that's a tricky little corner. And a lot of times a spin like that all starts with not being in the right spot coming through 3. When you exit turn 3, the turn right prior to this right-hander in turn 4, you want to be mid-track. You do not want to be all the way out to track out, if you would, in a normal line. You want to be mid-track, and sometimes you get a little wide coming out of 3, and then you sort of try and play pitch and catch turning into 4. And the angles are at that stage just a little bit too abrupt, and it's easy there to have something go around. Tuati just turning a 143.9 in the number 3. You get a good look at coming through what would be turn 11 or oval 4. Those cones down there are used to delineate the track if you're coming out of the infield S's section there that precedes the return to the track on the front straight. The next time Tuati comes through, he's, I believe it is the all-white machine going through turn 7 right now with the orange front and back. And if he stays out, might be fun to see if we can follow him on a lap around here, because he is giving it a bit of welly. Over into turn 8 right now. There he is. A lot of the time, when he runs in this series, he runs in the MP1A category in a very quick 4-liter Porsche GT3 Cup 992. And here, I think this is David now, working his way, running a really high line in that number 3 marathon entry. Heading down the front straight into turn 1. You see how he gets that turn done, then he straightens it out as he runs through the water, then jumps on the brakes through turn 2. Now up into that tricky turn 3. There he is. Beautiful. That's how you want to exit it. Gives you a little bit better of an angle into 4. And you want to get through 4 well, because if you get the exit of 4 right, you're just hard acceleration through 5 all the way down into turn 6, and he drove that beautifully. And watching where he's driving now, he's getting much more onto the regular racing line. Earlier, he was running much more of a rain line, wider arcs through the corners. You can start to see there, that's the entry to turn 7, exit to 6 into 7, starting to get that little bit of a dry line. So the speed now continues to climb here. Last lap wasn't his best. He was off just a little bit, Tuati was. Really important corner here. Looks like he got it right. Still have to give that exit curb and the apex curb there a little bit of respect because there is some water still down around those curb bases. So you don't want to get into that. You want to run wide of that right now. And then he makes the hard acceleration out of 8 through 9. And then starts, there he comes. Way up high, which makes sense. You can see it's a lot drier up high. The water will roll down that banking a little bit. Let's see, does he improve on his 143.9? Doesn't look like he did. Some of his pursuers are starting to close in a little bit. Again, this is just a first practice, but the 46 of Adolfo Rossi, that is a 2021 Ginetta G55, runs in the MP2A category. Well, and as I was saying that, Jaden Beckman just displaced him. Jaden Beckman running in the MP2B category in his Ruckus Racing BMW M2. Just turned a 147.9. Rossi had a 148.3. And Patrizio Franulik in the number 71, the MP3A entry, at a 150. He's at a 150.0. Then the 18 at Jonathan Bowerman in the MP3A entry at a 150.8. So some people are starting to find some pace now in these conditions here. Listen to that. Hard acceleration, as I said, if you get turn 4 right, you're just on the hammer all the way out of 5. Tuati up on that high line once again here. Somebody ducking into the pits. Ooh, Tuati now dips into the 42s. And of course, folks, when he runs down through, anybody who runs through those puddles down into turn 1, two things have to happen. One, you need the car a little bit straight as you go through those, so you don't, if you hydroplane, you're just going forward. But as soon as you clear that, you're going to have to brake earlier than normal for turn 2. One, there's a pavement change. It goes from the dark pavement to a much lighter pavement. But also, those tires are now wet. And one, as you run through a puddle of that size, you get an instant little bit of cooling on the tire, and the water doesn't dissipate that fast. So you can't just go to your normal braking line because you're going to hit the brakes and they are just going to lock up. So that's part of the deal. One is running the line, but two, recognizing, all right, I got through there faster than I did the last time. I may have to back my braking up just a little bit. It's all a matter of adjustments as you drive through. You've got to make those adjustments on the fly. Realize, ooh, I carried 500 more revs through that corner, so I may need to back my braking up a smidge, and then you can start eking toward that normal braking line again. So that's all part of the game here in these conditions. Oh, and our Ginetta having a bit of a moment out there. Again, I'll tell you that, people look at that at the track and, you say, that's a really slow 3-4, really slow complex. But if you get the entry wrong and then you get a little greedy on the throttle, so easy for things to snap around in that section of the track. Adolfo Rossi, and he sits second right now. He got back around Beckman on the previous lap, turned to 144.9. So Adolfo Rossi starting to pick the pace up just a little bit and obviously pushing things. And as I said, it's so easy through turn 3, especially in the wet where you might be running a little bit of a rain line. There's a big concrete patch that runs right through the apex of 3. So you might be running wide through that. So then it's tough to try and exit mid-track because you're almost cutting across the exit of that patch. So now your angle into 4 is just a little bit off. And again, that's those adjustments you have to make constantly. And the other part of it is, from what I can see here, there's no real water gathered at the curb base at turn 4, but there's another big concrete patch there, and those patches have vastly different grip in these conditions. When you've just been, when it's been dry and you've been lapping like crazy, well, then you've got all that rubber down. There's a slight little bit of grip change, but, it's easier to adjust to when it's wet like this. One, the track underneath it is green. We had hard rain, so it greened this track up. And then 2, you get those tires on that piece of now much greener concrete that doesn't have the general grip of asphalt anyway. It's easy to have that car snake around. And just watch Adolfo through that turn this time and stayed well to the left of the concrete patch there. But I'll tell you, Tuati going through that corner was right on top of that patch. But he, again, exited perfectly out of turn 3, so he could then turn in there. And to see if he can better a 142.5 that he set last lap. Number 43, Jaden Beckman down the front straight. Fluorescent yellow Ruckus BMW M2. Finding some speed, is down into the 147s now. Watching Tuati once again. Here comes Beckman. And I'm not sure who the orange BMW is behind it. A lot more tentative through that section of track. Couldn't pick up a number. Keep an eye out for that. But Beckman and Adolfo Rossi have sort of been switching things here on occasion in terms of speed. It's an MP3B car up front right now in Tuati. MP2A in second. Tuati comes through, lowers his time, a 142.3. We've got 41 minutes completed this session, so 19 to go. Ooh, and I believe we are going to see one of our points leaders heading out on track, Sophia Baszler, in the Porsche Cayman GT4 from Tuati Lira Motorsports. Is making her way into pit lane. She's sharing this weekend with no less a talent than Pippa Mann, Pippa, her coach. She makes her way out onto the track. Looks like Jaden Beckman has decided he's going to pit on this lane. So into the pit lane he comes. But you can see Sophia's going to be appearing where she is as she heads out on track. And it might be Pippa going out, obviously, to sort of sort the car a little bit in these conditions. The orange BMW we've been watching out there, that is the MP3B BMW 330 of Jonathan, Charles, and Roberto, the 3 drivers sharing that car. Whoever's in it right now being very, very tentative. Doesn't mean he doesn't have speed. Probably means it's just not his car. Meanwhile, Tuati coming through again. Finds another 10th. Down to a 142.2 flat, essentially. One of the things that it's difficult for us to know here, because the cars have a transponder, but each individual driver does not. So there are times it's difficult for us to know who's in a car. Beckman in that fluorescent yellow and black, number 43 5 Ruckus BMW M2 down in the pits, having a bit of a chat with the crew. Looks like he might be heading out. And Adolfo Rossi also bringing the blue Ginetta down into the pits as the Baszler Man car goes by. All right, see if Tuati dips into he does, a 141.5. Oh, Tuati coming up with a huge head of steam onto the back of the Jonathan, Charles, and Roberto car, heading down into turn 1, but made that adjustment beautifully. It's unfortunate that the 09 car could not stay with David just a little bit through that 3, 4, 5 complex to see the lines that David's running. Because what he's doing right now that nobody else is he's using that entire concrete patch. But the reason it works is he gets through turn 3, center track at the exit, is easy to swing over to the left, which opens his arc into that turn, so we can get a lot of the turn done before he gets to that concrete patch. And that allows him to really hop on the throttle a little bit sooner. Adolfo back out. Fifteen minutes to go in this session. And as we get updates on the schedule, we'll certainly pass them along to you. I mean, initially, this practice group was scheduled to be done about 1:30, so we're a bit behind. My guess is we might be compressing some of our sessions just a little bit, but we'll let you know. All right, here comes the Baszler Man Porsche, and boom! First lap at speed, a 140.588. And that's certainly, that car's got a bit more punch than anything else that's been out on track of it. And Sophia is a very talented young lady, but in these conditions, that kind of pace right out of the gate, I gotta think it's Pippa Mann that's behind the wheel, working on dialing that car up a little bit for her. Adolfo Rossi has just set a 141.8, so a really good lap for him, as he's now within 1.3 of Tuati, 1.3 of Pippa. And a scant 0.6 of a second off of Tuati, so things are tightening up. Tuati just turns a 141.1. I know there are a lot of teams that are kind of waiting a little bit, but the next session out is qualifying for the modified production and the FARA prototype, so I would think you'd want to be out here. The track conditions are at the best they've been, obviously. You'd want to be out, get a few laps in if you can here in these last 10 minutes. We've got about 12 yet to go. All right, here comes the Porsche. A little off of that first lap, interestingly. Now it's saying it's Sophia Basler in the car. Again, we don't have transponders for the drivers, so. And Adolfo Rossi goes to the top in the blue Ginetta at a 1:40.450. He's going to be heading over here into turn 3. And let's watch his exit here as he comes through turn 3, folks. Watch for the blue Ginetta to appear. There it is. Not bad. I would still be a little bit even more center, if you can, of the track. And as a result, he's a little bit late getting to the throttle coming out of there. Now, maybe he really put everything into that last lap, and now he's kind of taking it a bit easy out there. Here comes here comes Beckman, who has an awful lot of pace, usually, and boom, down to a 1:42.8 for Beckman. So right now, folks, a lot of different classes in the mix, but our top 4 cars are covered by just a tick over 2 seconds. So it's starting to get close out there. Beckman right now working through turn 6 and 7. He just made a big leap. He might be on another really stout lap here. So we just saw the Basler Man Porsche out of turn 3. But here comes Beckman. Let's keep an eye on him, see if he puts up a time. Tuati pops through, and Tuati, oh, so close. Waiting for that first sub 140 lap, but a 139, and Tuati goes a 177. But Beckman on that back straight right now. Heading into oval 3, see what he's able to do. And we'll certainly keep an eye on Tuati once we get Beckman across the line here. And guess what, folks? To the west side of the track, I actually see spots of blue. So it's coming. All right, here comes Beckman. Does he make a big jump? He does. Not in position, but to a 141.3. So that margin for those top 4 right now went from 2.3 to 1.2. He found a ton of time. Meanwhile now, Tuati working through 6 and 7. Keep an eye on him here as he heads down into turn 8. And here comes Man Basler. A 141 flat. And you can see that car turning in, but here is Tuati, and I think he might have said, all right, we're good. Yeah. Well, let's see. Yeah, he's just taking it easy right now. So if you're watching on the stream, you can look at the scoring pylon there. You see Tuati, Rossi, Basler, Beckman. Yeah, Tuati, I'm pretty sure we're going to see him coming into the pits. So right now, Beckman heading down the back straight, about to head into oval 3. So we'll keep an eye here. He should be appearing into view here. There he is. See what he does for a time. Fastest, a 141.39. 140.6. So top 4 right now covered by half a second. Ooh, I think Tuati, he may have had a problem out there. I wonder if he's been putting in so many laps. I wonder if he just ran out of juice. Slowing over there. I don't know if he's going to make pit in. And he's got Pippa Mann or Sophia Baszler coming up behind him. Clearly she's seen him. She was a little leery. I'm sure there's a yellow flag over there, but in these circumstances, yeah, go ahead and make the pass, come on into the pits. And if you're going to do the pit-in route, obviously, there's that long pit-in lane that's underneath the banking, so cars can still move along pretty quick on the banking here. What do we have left here? About 5.5 minutes left in this session. Tuati so close to cracking that, and checker flag comes out. So I think they opted, because of Tuati sitting down there, it's going to be, not that there's a ton of cars out on track, but everybody trying to pit at the end of the session could be a little problematic. And so they have decided to checker this session early. So as it ends, David Tuati topping the session, the number 3 BMW 328 in the MP3B category at a 1 minute 40.177. Adolfo Rossi a quarter of a second back, the number 46 MP2A. That's the Ginetta G55. Sophia Baszler and Pippa Mann in the 132. That's the Porsche Cayman GT4. Then the number 45 of Jaden Beckman in the MP2B category, Ruck BMW M2 Ruckus Racing entry. Baszler and Mann running in the MP2A category. And then rounding out the top 5 is the 71 of Patrizio Franulik in his BMW 318 Ti. Then it's the number 18 of Jonathan Bowerman in his BMW 325. Then in 7th, the 215 of Rodolfo Rodriguez, running in the Honda Wars category. In the 8th spot, it is the 148. And that is the family Gastaldi, Julio and Pablo, in their VW Golf GTI, running an MP3A. In the 9th spot is the 256, one of our Honda Wars entries. That's Alex Garcia. And rounding out the top 10 right now is a mystery driver. Do not know who that is. So that wraps up our first official practice for the FARA modified production category. We didn't have any of the FARA prototypes heading out on track at this stage, but that's our first practice for modified production. Next time they come out in a couple of hours, maybe even an hour now, it will be for qualifying. Up next on track, we are going to have some VIP experience laps, and then we'll be back with second practice for Formula Inter, our open wheel series that is part of these FARA championship weekends. We'll be back for that in just a bit. All right, folks, as you can hear, we have cars heading out on track. It is Formula Inter time. Again, this spec series designed to be an interim step from coming out of karting before you step into the more expensive level of open wheel machinery, learning how to drive aero, learning how to drive open wheel cars. All Ligier F4 chassis, all running the 4-cylinder Honda K20 engine, the same engine that would be in a Honda Civic, about 150 horsepower. And you mate that with a chassis that's only 1,300 pounds. What you get is performance. While we are waiting for these drivers who only got really about 3 or 4 laps prior to the rain unfolding, so they're going to be exploring just a little bit here. Want to remind everybody, since it is early afternoon, we had a late start here. If you're starting to feel some hunger pangs and you're looking at the cooler going, not liking what I brought, or you didn't bring anything, food trucks are open. They would love to have some business, so please check that out. And also, in the media center, we have some vendors that are set up inside there. And the media center is that big building right next to the big scoring pylon, the ad pylon, right next to just behind the podium, if you will, pretty much center paddock. And that is the media center, so please swing through there, check out the vendors, see what they have on offer, and of course, also check out those food trucks. Want to make sure we get everybody over there. It is tasty stuff. It's always killed me that we're over here and about as far away as you can get from it here. It is good food. Obviously, this is the Hankook 300 weekend, so we have to pay a very special tribute to one of the great partners of the FARA Championship, Hankook Tires, who've stepped up as the entitlement sponsor this weekend. But a wonderful group of sponsors also, Fiske Wheels, Colosso, Rowe Motor Oil, Southern Golf Cars, Sergio's Printing, and the Race Tailor, all very much involved as partners in the 2023 FARA Championship. Big thanks, but again, a huge thanks this weekend to the folks and all of the employees at Hankook. Oh, big moment down in turn 1. One of the cars got in there, was carrying a good amount of speed, was thinking about ducking down underneath the driver in front of him, and now clears him as they exit turn number 3. It's that car that leads now right there turning in. Had a big handful moment, a proverbial tank slapper, going down through turn 1 when he hit the water at a bad angle, and that's what I'm talking about. Is you need that car as straight as you can get. There's still plenty of moisture down at the entrance, essentially to turn 1. You turn in, and you're up on the banking as it starts to bend into what would be oval 1. You still have a little bit of banking, and then as you turn in, it flattens out, and there's water that's gathered there. In the morning session, it was Christian Garduño driving the number 12. That was quickest at a 132.78. The number 8 of Michael Costello was second at a 132.9. And there's a little bit of a gap back to Mate Caceres The number 14, the young lady, still doing a nice job up into third. Then Suelio Almeida, Santiago Fernandez in the 7 and 9, respectively. Mayru Herrera, another of the ladies. We have 3 ladies in this category here this weekend. Mayro in the number 5, the number 15 of Emma Scarborough, and then Alex Popov really didn't get any kind of a lap in, but he's made up for it now as he's dropped into the 133s at a 133.976 over the 8 of Michael Costello, who was second in that first practice session. Again, this is practice. They will qualify a little bit later on. Santiago Fernandez is up into the 3rd spot right now in the number 9. Sponsored by JF Roofing. This is only his 2nd time behind the wheel of a Formula 4 car, these Ligier F4 cars. For Santiago, has been doing karting in the X30 senior category for 4 years. First race he ever saw was at Homestead in the Superkart USA Winter Series, and from that point, did everything he could to get behind the wheel of a kart. He tested a kart, did really well. He's a full-time student in college right now. Miami is his home. And other than he works at fixing cars, that's his job, he's also a football fanatic. Boy, this is getting close. Popov improves to a 133.31, but Costello going right with him at a 133.36. The margin right now, first to second, is 47 one-thousandths. From second to third, it's 77 one-thousandths. Top 3 covered by 0.12 of a second. That's incredibly close. Alex Popov is he's 17-year-old out of Venezuela. He's been driving kart since he was 8. And he got into racing because his dad, Alex, is a 2-time IMSA champion. And throughout his karting career, Alex was able to win races in Superkart USA and the ROK Cup, and has also competed in the ROK World Finals. This is his first season driving anything other than karts. And he works at the track as a coach and mechanic to be able to fund his racing. Michael Costello just goes to the top in this practice session. First driver under a 133 at a 132.8. In Santiago Fernandez, Michael Costello in the number 8, Santiago Fernandez in the number 9, second at a 133 flat, so only a quarter of a second off. Then another quarter of a second now to Popov. Then Suela Almeida, and I believe it's Christian Garduño in the number 12. Don't know who's in the 6th spot right now. It's a mystery car. Then Mates Caceres up into the 7th spot. Maru Herrera, the number 5. Mate, by the way, drives the 14. Maru runs the 5. And then the 15 of Emma Scarborough. But right now, folks, we have 9 cars out there. They are covered by less than 3 seconds. And there are spots on this track that are still sketchy. And one thing you'll note, Formula Inter, because they're open wheel cars, they are not running the oval 3-4 banking configuration. And obviously, something goes wrong in the banking in an open wheel car that isn't designed to run on ovals necessarily. Up into that, even with the safer barrier up there, you get the contact in the wheels and the like. So And again, this is a stepping stone series for people coming out of karts, out of go-karts. So the idea is you want to minimize their risk, maximize their experience, right? And you have an incident up on that oval banking. In these cars, it's probably going to be, at best, a broken car and a long wait to get back behind the wheel, and that means missing seat time. That is counter to what this series is all about. So they make the decisions. Michael Costello is showing some really good pace out there right now. Sponsored by ProGuard Warranty. He's got more experience in this field, probably in these cars, than anybody else. He has driven in the USF 2000 Championship and also the USF Pro 2000 Series. And he's even won in his category a few races in the USF 4 Championship. Currently second on the championship standings. So anybody who's sticking close to Michael Costello, especially if they don't have any prior experience in these cars, that's pretty spectacular, I think. For instance, Santiago Fernandez, who's second right now, is less than a quarter of a second off of Costello. This is only his second time in an F4 car, so it's pretty impressive. Costello now at a 132.19, Fernandez at a 133 flat. And Suelio Almeida jumps up now into the third spot. He is driving the number 7. He's a very interesting character. In that he started his driving career in sim racing in the second half of 2018. Didn't have any kind of real-life motorsports background. In 2019, he conquered the iRacing Formula 3 Championship several times, competing against former iRacing World Championship drivers as well as real-life drivers. In 2019, he started coaching in iRacing in order to get funds to pay for his tuition. Listen to this, at the University of Montreal for engineering? No, master's degree in piano performance. He is a extremely talented piano player. His coaching in esports got to the point where in 2020 where he had reached over 1,600 hours of coaching, including working with iRacing, Porsche, Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup drivers, Red Bull Formula One engineer Will Goldborn, and other drivers who have been top position in the sim world. In 2021, he won the Porsche Esports Sprint Challenge Canada Championship, which gave him an opportunity to drive a Porsche 911 on a racetrack in real life for the first time. He got offered in 2022 an opportunity to race in the Apex VR2 racing team and join the Super Production Challenge, one of the most popular racing series in Canada. It is a phenomenal series, and was able to nab 2 podiums in his first season as well as Rookie of the Year. He also got his first ever win in real-life racing with Lucky Dog Racing Championship, the 8 Hours of Calabogie. Quite a character, and he loves watching Formula One, as you might imagine. Loves playing the piano. He's also a content creator on YouTube with over 50,000 followers. Costello at a 132.1. And Christian Garduño now has moved up, turned a 132.3. So was 17 100ths off of Costello right now. Then Fernandez in the number 9. Garduño in the 12. So Fernandez in the number 9. Another quarter of a second back, or is a quarter of a second back of Michael Costello at the top. Only 78 1,000ths off of Garduño. And then only 16 1,000ths off of Santiago Fernandez. In the number 7 is Suelio Almeida. And Mate Caceres in the number 14. She is doing a fabulous job now, up into the top 5 in front of the number 11 of Alex Popov. So Mate doing an incredible job. Mate joined the Formula One Academy this year. She has a little bit of previous Formula 4 experience in her native Uruguay and in the United States. In fact, last year she raced in the US F4 and USF Juniors and did a little bit of racing in the Formula Winter Series in Spain with Campos Racing. So if you're at all familiar with junior level formula racing in on the international scene, Campos, one of the absolute top teams. Got into the sport because of her father, who races, still rally races in Uruguay. Garduño improves another, just a tick. And turns a 132.163, so now Costello is .034. That's 34 1,000ths behind Garduño. That's our top 2. This was originally scheduled to be 20 minutes. So by my count, we have about 3 minutes left in this. Again, this is practice. They're scheduled to qualify a little bit later this afternoon. We're 15 to 20 minutes behind now after making up one big chunk there. So that would put them out on track around 5 for qualifying. Mate improving her time once again at a 132.6. So top 5 right now covered by under half a second. If you include Maru Herrera in her number 5, the top 6 are covered by just a tick over half a second. Top 7 right now, top 8 are covered by 0.7 of a second. That's how close this field is. Garduño, quickest at a 132.163, has hit the pits here. I was going to mention here, Emma Scarborough is a 15-year-old American who aspires to climb the ladder to F1. This is her first time ever racing cars. She has consistently been the top female karter in her age group in all major American championships. Got a reputation for speed and tenacity, and that's made her a major factor in most races she enters. Last year, she ran in the USA Pro Kart Series, the Super Kart Pro Series, and the ROK Cup. Her love for motorsports started when she was 10, after Dad bought her and her younger sister a go-kart to ride in the yard. Shortly after that, she started four-cycle racing. After success at the local level, she started racing regional and then national four-cycle events. Looking for more competition, she moved to Racing regional and national two-cycle championships, where she has competed with a fair amount of success the last few years. Along with driving, she is an accomplished soccer and basketball player and has played on competitive club teams at her school. Along with the racing, she loves traveling, spending time with her siblings. Checker flag. Checker flag is out. Nobody has yet breached that 131 range. Christian Garduno closest at a 132.163, 34 1/1000ths clear of Costello. Michael Costello trying to see if anybody here in the late going throws in a real rocket lap here. You know what, right now this whole field, folks, fastest lap is a 132.163. Slowest lap, and I use that term advisedly because they're clearly moving here, is a 133.8. So it's really, really close. And as I said, when you take a look, the gap right now, the top 5 is covered by under half a second. As Maru Herrera did a beautiful job in her number 5, has jumped up and displaced Mate Caceres for that 5th spot. I think everybody has picked up the checkered flag, so nobody is on an active flyer right now. Hey, we're seeing a drone that is flying, following a car down pit lane. One of the things about this track is drones are expressly not allowed. And if you don't land that, whoever's got that drone, if you don't land it and stow it, you are going to be expelled from the track immediately. And quite frankly, it runs the risk of having everybody here expelled. So that is your drone. Please park it right now. We want to be able to continue this weekend, and it'll be on your shoulders if you don't. So Christian Garduno at a 131.163 tops this second practice. That would put him into the favorites spot for qualifying, but as we all know, sometimes what happens in practice doesn't translate to quali. It's going to be fun to watch. Around 5 o'clock, give or take, 5 or so minutes, with the adjustments being made to the schedule, that's when Formula Inter will be out for their qualifying session to set the grid for their 2 races that will be coming up Sunday afternoon. We have a little bit of a pause here in terms of door-to-door activity on the track. We have some of our Academy, which is a high-performance driving academy cars that'll be coming out, advanced and novice for a little while. So we're going to take a pause here on the stream and over the PA at the track before I leave. Once again, folks, those food trucks are open, and get over there and check it out. Great food. I think there's also an ice cream and icy stand that's part of it. So check all of that out. Remember to check the vendors that are inside the media center. Make sure you pop in there. Check everything out that's going there, and we'll be back with you in just a bit. From Homestead-Miami Speedway for the Hankook 300.
be open for another 10 minutes. It's open now for another 10 minutes. It's going to take you to 3:45. And it's going to close, but it will be open again at 6 o'clock tonight. It will reopen probably for a half hour at 6 o'clock tonight. So Speedway Island is open right now for another 10 minutes.
Welcome back, everybody, to the great stream being provided for the first time of the FARA Championship Series here on Driver's Eye Live. Great to be with you with this streaming program, and we are getting set for qualifying. This is qualifying for our modified production or MP category and our FARA prototype or FP category. Cars are out on track right now as we are getting this one going. And originally this was going to be a split qualifying group, and it's going to stay as a split qualifying group. And what's going to be happening here is in this first group, we're going to have all the MP2B, MP3A and B, MP4, and Honda Wars cars are going to be going out for qualifying. The previous practice session, not a lot of takers because it was still quite wet. And it dried as the session continued, but there were still enough drivers out there that weren't quite comfortable. And to be honest, some of the drivers don't necessarily have rain tires, certainly not intermediates per se, so they were a little leery of getting out there and getting after it. So, but the first group now is out. They will run for their prescribed length of time. Then there'll be a very quick turnaround, and group number 2 will head out for their session. And those are going to be the quicker cars. FP1, that's FARA Prototype 1, FARA Prototype 3. MP1A, MP2A will be heading out in that session as well. So absolutely beautiful to see this big pack of cars now out for qualifying up on the banking here at Homestead as part of the Hankook 300 weekend here, utilizing what they call the Roval Pro layout, where you run the infield section from turn 1 all the way to the end of the backstretch, and then instead of diving down back into the infield for a fairly twisty section of racetrack, you just stay up on what would be oval 3 and 4. That becomes turns 10 and 11. In this morning's practice, the target time was set, if you will, by David Tuati in the number 3 Tuati Lira Motorsports machine. That's a BMW 328. It's got the Marathon logo on the car, and he turned a 1 minute 40.177. So that's sort of a target time. We should be getting underneath that, and we already have. The number 78 of Marco Pisa, who actually had a technical issue in that morning practice, only got a couple laps and then had to stop already at a 1 minute 36.935 and jumps to the top of the order here just that fast. Speeds are definitely coming now. Adolfo Rossi just went through at a 135.236. That is the number 46. The Ginetta, the G55, he had a lot of track time in that wet to dry session earlier. And that's paying some dividends for him here. Here he comes again. See if he can drop that time again. He does. A 134.3 for Adolfo Rossi. He's opened that margin up. And Jaden Beckman, boy, did she put in a great lap here. The number 45 just turned a 133.747. Jaden in that Ruckus Racing BMW M2. She really got a great lap in there. Now she's over a quarter of a second clear of Marco Piazza, who had turned a 130.
The only other MP2A classified machine out there right now is Adolfo Rossi in that Janetta G55.
Gastaldi. And Gastaldi is in the 148 VW. And then the 09 of the trio, Jonathan and Charles and Roberto, next up in MP3B. Well, Dimitri stays up top now, but Adolfo Rossi is responding, and they are in the same class here. And at one point, it was 2.7 seconds Dimitri had over the field, and Adolfo was third. He is now second overall and within 1.3 seconds. So Adolfo is starting to put some laps down here, trying to catch them. Jose de las Casas continues to lead in the MP2B category in the Coconut Cartel BMW. The orange number 55. As you're watching right here, the field, as they exit the very tricky turn 4 up through 5, and now into turn 6, hard on the brakes. There you see Adolfo in that blue Ginetta. Right behind, it looks like Jaden Beckman. Those Ginettas, if you're not familiar with them, are really cool cars. This particular model, as I think we see Jose de las Casas, who's having a great qualifying run there as well. The Ginetta, very lightweight car, incredibly well balanced. The engine, where the driver sits, is way back. So it's an incredibly well balanced car. That wasn't Jose, as I see him now in the pit lane. But what makes it so cool is, talk about a car that just runs and runs and runs. It's got the same engine in it as the V6 Ford Mustang, bone stock. It's just that the car is very light and it handles incredibly well. Oh, and Adolfo just got into the 131s now. He is less than 0.7 of a second off of Dimitri. Adolfo has been uncorking some laps. Jaden Beckman, boy, did she do a nice job there. She was not on a flyer. Saw Adolfo coming and just opened the wheel up in turn 3, let him duck underneath. Class move by Jaden. She's doing a great job out there, not just in terms of speed, but racecraft. And it's also a smart move because now if she can stay with him a little bit, she might be able to pick up a couple of tricks. Her best lap thus far is a 133.7, and Adolfo a couple of seconds quicker. So opportunity here. Looks like Gastaldi in the 148, the silver VW Golf GTI, is ducked into the pits, stopping for a moment. And Beckman is doing exactly that. She is glued to the back of Adolfo Rossi right now. I don't think it's going to be I'm going to wait so he doesn't make me look bad here. In case he does, yeah. Because he ran up on the back of Jaden over there, she did everything she could to not impede him. But that lap was a 133. So now, Jaden, if she can follow Adolfo. Adolfo ran a little wide at the exit of 3. Did you see how he came out of that corner there a little bit farther to driver's right or the left of your screen? You want to be about center coming out of there. That car is so agile, though. You can exit like that, still get it to open up a little bit to get the turn in and the rotation you want for turn 4. But she is sticking with him right now. Opportunity for her. She's in the MP2B category, and right now she's at a 133.6 to Jose de las Casas, a 132.2. So she needs to find about 1.3 seconds, and if she can stick to the back of Adolfo, that might just be the magic she needs. She's there as they head down the backstretch into Oval 3 or Turn 10. Watching them see what happens here. They both were on pretty free laps. All right, here comes Adolfo. Does he better a 131.4? No, but he's close. And Jaden sets her best lap. Boy, did she go to school, and it paid off. She just turned a 132.749. And I said she needed to find 1 point. And we're starting to see some of the cars that will be in the next group coming out. And this is the quick stuff, folks. Some serious machinery making its way out now. Didn't see it in the earlier session, so if you stuck around for a little while here, good on you, because now the fast guys are starting to make an appearance here. Adolfo Rossi needs to find 7/10. He comes out of turn 11, oval 3 or 4. Let's see, does he do it? Oh, he's just a 10th off of his best lap. Jaden sets her best time, though. Just by a little bit, she went quicker. Still a bit off of Jose de las Casas. But now only by half a second. So Jaden, she is finding form. She may have been parked a little bit there as Adolfo completed a lap and decided to do a cool down lap, and she caught him right as they were going through turn number 4. That'll be a little frustrating here. See, where are we here? MP2B, Jose over Jaden, as I talked about. Third is the number 78, Marco Pisa, entered BMW in that category. MP3A is led by the number 77, Marco Pisa, entered car. Over the 71 of Patricio Franulik, looking at the time difference here at 133.6. And a little bit of a gap back to Patricio. He driving hard but not able to make up. He needs a few seconds. Third in MP3A is the 18 of Jonathan Bowerman in his BMW 325. The margin between Franulik and Bowerman, second and third in MP3A right now, 49 one-thousandths of a second. I have a feeling that is going to be a stunningly good race. MP3B continues to be led by the number 65, Milan Lewis, in the Porsche Boxster, at a 140.776, just setting his best lap. Honda Wars continues to be led by the 89 of Louis-René Canehuate at a 141.019, with the 215 of Rodolfo Rodriguez at a 141.8. So a little bit of a margin there, more than we normally see between those two. And Alex Garcia, he seems to be struggling a little bit. He's usually right with those guys, but back a little bit right now. And then the 213, fourth in the Honda Wars, is Carlos Lazaro. Just a tick off of what Alex Garcia is doing. And then an MP3B in the second spot in MP3B is the 09, once again, of Jonathan and Charles and Roberto in their BMW. Keeping an eye on the start stand here. Great piece of news. Looking down at our starter, the umbrella is up again, but this time not for rain, for sun. Although it's a little windy. The wind is picking up out there, and that's starting to bounce around a little bit. As I talk about it, starter jumps up and goes, yeah, I guess that's coming down. You don't want that blowing out onto the track. Looking to see any changes of position out there. Right now, everything is fairly static at this point. Still Dimitri up top by just a tick under 0.7 of a second to Adolfo Rossi. And certainly not from any lack of trying by Adolfo, man. He was giving it everything he possibly could here. All right. Our second group of cars is getting ready to head out. They may have already done that. Jaden comes through on her last lap. All right, checker flag officially out on this session. Again, this is the first of two. Next group out. Will be the really quick cars. FARA prototypes 1 and 3. Then MP1A, MP2A will be out there as well. Saw a bunch of them that had queued up at pit out, and they seem to have evaporated. I wonder if they loop back around here. I see Sophia Baszler's car is in pit lane getting ready to go. Here comes the 009. The BMW in the MP3B category of Jonathan and Charles and Roberto. Adolfo Rossi heading into the pit lane in that blue Ginetta. Really good effort by him. Didn't quite get to Dimitri in that Porsche Cayman GT4. Those Porsche Cayman GT4s are just stout cars. There's no question about it. So I think Rossi getting as close as he did. Right at the end, he actually set his best time, a 1:31.342, and it got to within a half a second, so well done. Into the pits comes the 215 of Rodolfo Rodriguez, one of our Honda Wars entries. All right, along with Baszler in her Porsche. That is the Porsche Cayman. See the white number 87, a Porsche 3.8 Cup car, and that's Marc Julien. And green flag for Group 2 qualifying. All right, sounds good, man.
Hey, what's the session end time?
This qualifying session slated to run until 4:50. Listen to those sounds. That's one of our FARA prototypes. And they are cool. That is, I think that's one of our FP3 entries. That might be Alex Hernandez. It's a Wolf Thunder. And it looks kind of like a combination of an open-wheel car and a prototype. I believe that's running that's one of the 1-liter bike engines powering that machine. And Juan Fayen in the number 17, that's a 2018 Porsche 991 GT3 Cup car, has just gone to the top at a 126.121. A 126.121. And it is the 29 of Teddy Alvarado in that FARA prototype machine, just going through turn 3 right now. Really cool looking cars. These Wolf Thunder is what they're called. There's 2 of them, 3 of them in the MP or the FD3 category. Hope they're all out here. Look at that thing. And it just sounds awesome. And there, I believe that is the 87, the white Porsche of Julien. Sophia Basler is out. She's already up into the 7th spot right now. And her Porsche Cayman GT4. You're also going to see a rather interesting, boy, Juan Fayen just drops it again to a 122.149. Here comes Basler, and then that car of Alvarado. Teddy Alvarado jumps to second. What a lap at a 124.5, and then makes a daringly deep pass down into turn 2 on Basler. And as I said, these FARA prototypes, the FP2 and 3 cars in a straight line, you know, they don't have the horsepower as some of the other cars out here like the GT3 Cup Porsches and the like. But boy, they've got great aero. They've got amazing handling. They don't have to slow down much in the corners at all. And Alvarado jumps to the top of the FP3 category right now. And the 129 in Miguel Marcano has jumped up into the 2nd spot. That's a 2018 Porsche 911 GT3R. Once again, here comes Teddy Alvarado. Absolutely, virtually no reduction in speed at all. Maybe just a little lift into turn 1 to get the nose to point just a bit. But you don't see brake lights until he gets deep into the braking zone for turn 3. That's how well these things handle, folks. Oh, and a big spin, and I think that was our, was Alain Nadal. Very interesting car that he's out in, the number 112. It's what's called an X-bow, or a crossbow. And it's the newer variant of it. They've been around for a while. This is the newer variant of it. And it's got a really unique, it's almost like a fighter cockpit that comes up that you climb in. And when he spun over there, that popped open as it looked like he got some negative air pressure when he snapped around, and it just lifted it. You'll see he's stranded down there right in the pit out lane. He's not in the racing line, but he's in the pit out lane. There really should be a yellow flag here at start finish. And black flag comes out. Black flag comes out. So this session is at least going to be paused. You can see the flag flying here. So as it pauses, and we do have time left, almost 20 minutes, so hopefully they'll get that car moved and be able to get back to some qualifying. But it's the 17 of Juan Fayen in his Porsche 991 GT3 Cup car at a 122.149. He's topping MP1A. Second in MP1A, runs third overall. That's the 129 to Miguel Marcano in another Porsche 911 GT3R. Off a bit, though, at a 127.0. Juan Fayen is fast, folks. Make no mistake about that. Then in the leading in FP3, FARA Prototype 3, the 29 of Teddy Alvarado. We have a number or three of those cars entered in that class. I only see Teddy out there right now, but a very quick 124.371. Really quick when you consider the horsepower deficit he has to Fayen's Porsche. Fourth overall, quickest in MP1B is the 87 of Marc Julien. That's a Porsche 3.8. Then we have a rather significant group of cars from the first qualifying session. Dimitri, Rossi, Basler, De Las Casas, and Beckman, and then Pisa, and then Alain Nadal in the number 112. Had that car spin on him at this point, but just outside of the top 10 in that MP2A car. Understand he'll be sharing that with Custodio Toledo, who the driver. Alain Nadal has owned and run the ANSA Motorsports team for a long time and is a pretty handy driver in his own right. Custodio Toledo, a driver that is in, I think, only his second year, maybe his third year of racing, stepped into Ferrari Challenge as the first type of racing he's ever done, and immediately became one of the front runners in that category, and looked to do a little branching out, and got invited by Alain to come on in and try the very unusual looking but very quick crossbow, the X-Bow. And as a result is getting an opportunity to run that. I don't know that he'll be running today, because the next thing is the race that's coming up a little bit later on. But he'll definitely be sharing that car. I think he'll be running it in a couple of the races tomorrow, and then the two of them might be running the Enduro together, is what you would expect. And we are back to green. Great work here by the track and FARA EV crews, getting Alain Nadal's car moved. He's got with that hood popping up, I mean, he'd go around and pit anyway if he was able to have kept it running. So he's just heading in through the back door, so to speak, through the paddock. So we get back to it. And when you have a black flag like that where everybody pits, in a way, you know, we always look for silver linings, right? Don't we, to everything? And what happens when you have a black flag where everybody has to pit, then you can make a little bit more, maybe substantial changes on the car without losing track time to your competitors. It's the same for everybody, so you can get in there and tweak on it just a little bit. And Teddy Alvarado in that really cool looking Wolf Thunder car, leaving pit lane and heading out on track once again. Right now, Juan Fayen has the field covered at this stage. We'll see. Only other car I see out there running in the same MP1A category, which is the top category for the modified production classes, is Miguel Marcano in the number 129. Marc Julien, the car looks very similar, but it's a slightly lower displacement engine in that Porsche, so that means he runs, that's a 3.8, so he runs an MP1B. The other cars, obviously, in that category have the 4-liter flat 6 in the back, those Porsches. Teddy Alvarado up in the banking here. Be fun to watch him for a lap here. Just follow him around for a lap because he just is so fast. Doesn't have to get rid of speed. Here he comes down that front straight. Now, barely just a lift to get the nose to point. Now, onto the brakes into 2. Just flies through turn 2. Up into turn 3. Exits. Look how much room he gives so he can get that car turned in. A little bit of rotation. And firing up that motorcycle engine hard as he scoots through 5. And now heads down into turn 6. Good long straight here, so some heavy braking. You don't want to get rid of too much speed because as soon as you get to the apex, it just opens up for him. Absolutely flat jet as the radius of turn 7 continues to open up. And then that long infield straight heading down into turn 8. And just like that, up out of 8 onto the banking. Into turn number 10. And coming around. Flashes through. Let's see, does he better his 124.3? Boy, talk about consistent. A 124.44. His best lap, a 124.37. And Alain Nadal coming back out in the crossbow. Really interesting looking machine crawling down pit lane here. They have a look unlike anything else on the track. We can catch him going down into turn 1, let everybody see what this unique car looks like. There he is. Stopping. Getting a quick check by the officials after that moment. See if he can be released on track. Hopefully he'll be able to get back out and get a lap in here. 11th is not where he should be at this stage. Boy, Juan Fayen continuing to fly, just sets an even quicker time at 1 minute 21.449 and goes to the top as they do let Alain Nadal now out on track. There's Fayen, who just set that sparkling lap time, but let's stay on the shot and see if you can get a good look at this crossbow, or X-bow as they call it. Here it comes. Very different look to it. Powered by, if it's the one I think, powered by a 4-cylinder, 2-liter turbo Audi engine. Again, it's all about lightweight aero, so it doesn't need a big power plant. Now it's going to take Alain a lap or two here, and he's still got 8 minutes. 8 minutes projected. Obviously, right now, everything is said with a little question mark intended at the back because of our schedule scenario here. Here comes Teddy, still at a 124.3, his best lap. Boy, is he consistent, a 124.5. He's had a 124.3, a 124.4. That was a 124.5. All right. Here comes Nadal to start. I'm not sure if this one will be super quick or if he's going to wait for one more. Yeah, I've known Elaine for a long time, and I've certainly watched Custodio, his co-driver, as he quickly leapt up through the Ferrari Challenge ranks when I was announcing that series. Can't wait to see what Custodio can do in that car.
Oh shit, I just realized we can go to the hairpin on that side now.
Ooh, bit of lockup down there. For one of the Porsches. Does Fayen go quicker still? No, just off a little bit. Alvarado comes through. That time, that was an off lap. I was pretty sure I saw him taking it pretty easy coming up out of 8. All right, here comes Elaine Nadal out of the last corner. Let's see what he gets in. He had a 133.7 before it all went wrong down in turn 1. Wow, what a lap. He has jumped up to 5th overall at a 128.8. That's a 5-second gain. So clearly when he spun over and won, he was about to set off on a flyer. Big gain for him. That puts Lane up in front of Neil Dimitri in that MP2A category. Wow, is that going to be a battle? Dahl, Dimitri, and Rossi, and Sophia Basler, all in the MP2A category. Nadal at a 28.8. Basler at a 31.4. That's going to be a really good scrap come race time here because it always compresses in racing. All right, let's see what Nadal does this time. There he is coming out of the last turn. Running a short line, rolling some speed. Just missed. He had a 128.8. He just went a 128.9. Nadal now working his way through turns 3 into 4. There he is. Hard on the brakes here. Well, for that car, it's firm braking. I don't think it has to be hard. And the last thing you want to do, again, by design, it's a car that doesn't have a ton of power. Its thing is speed through the corners, not into them. So you're going to brake as absolutely lightly as you can here. And just try and flow some speed up onto the backstretch. He goes. Heading down into Oval 3. He runs a nice tight line to the inside. That's the shorter distance. As long as the car's not scrubbing, that's what you want to do. If you feel the speed you're turning. His best lap, a 128.479. So picked up another chunk. You really have to be sort of on your game going through 3 and 4 over there, or 10, 11, if you will. because you want to run the shortest line around the banking you can. But if you're feeling the car scrubbing, wanting to move up and feeling scrubbed, then scrub is the active word there because it means you're scrubbing speed. That's friction. That'll take away some speed. So then you want to let the car have its head a little bit, maybe run a little higher up on that banking. And it's always a trade-off, isn't it, in motorsports? It's speed versus distance. Uh-oh. Oh, man, he has pulled off over in between 5 and 6. Or, excuse me, between 6 and 7. There's a little runoff spot over there, and he did a nice job getting off track there and right in front of a corner worker, a corner marshal station. That's the good news. And we have, I think, maybe a minute left in this session, so I think we're going to see it. Yep, there it is. Checker flag comes out. So that session is wrapped and in the books. And in very short order, we are going to have, I'm looking forward to this one, qualifying for Formula Inter. This is fun because it's only 15 minutes long. And these young, talented drivers, they get behind the wheel of these open-wheel Ligier F4 chassis in a short qualifying session, and they dial it up. They find it. And it's going to be a lot of fun. Speaking of finding it, how about Juan Fayen, that number 17? That 2018 Porsche 991 GT3 Cup machine from Fayen Motorsports on the pole at a 1 minute 21.449, and had the field covered by almost 3/10. It's 2.9 seconds back to Teddy Alvarado. And the number 29, that is our FARA prototype Wolf Thunder machine from Manny Sanchez Racing in that second spot. Then third spot is second in MP1A, and that's the 129, and Miguel Marzano. And then on the pole in MP1B, the number 87, that beautiful white Porsche of Marc Julien. And then in the fifth spot is our pole sitter in MP2A, Alain Nadal, who had to do it with some drama, having a problem with a big spin, having the canopy pop open, and then ending up having to pull off over at the exit of turn 6 late in the session. But in between those windows, he uncorked a 128.479, and that was enough to slot him in front of the 777 of Neil Dimitri, who ran in that first group, obviously. So apparently, I think they were having a little issue with that Expo, but they got it figured out, certainly. So then it's Nadal on top of that category over Dimitri in the 777, the 46 Ginetta of Rossi, and the number 132 Porsche Cayman of Basler. 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th overall, 1, 2, 3, 4 in MP2A. MP2B on the pole, the 55 of Jose de las Casas, over a very persistent Jaden Beckman. Man, she just was relentless trying to get to the top of that category and missed by less than half a second. Great, great run for Jaden here in the number 45. Then on the pole in MP3A, the 77 of Marco Pisa, but he's also sharing with Rick Tamarian and Carlos Garcia. So not sure who was driving, because in the spot right next in MP2B, third in MP2B, is another 78 of Marco Pisa and Rick Tamarian. So again, not sure who was driving. You're sure Marco's driving one of them. Second in the MP3A category, the 71 of Patricio Franulik will start 13th overall. Third in MP3A, the 18 of Jonathan Bowerman, 14th overall. On the pole in MP3B, the number 3 of David Tuati, the BMW from Tuati Lira Motorsports. Second in MP3B will be the 65 of Milan Lewis. And then on the pole in Honda Wars is the 89 of Louis-René Canahuete, with only a quarter of a second separating him from the 215 of Rodolfo Rodriguez. Those two have battled like mad here previously. Then the 256 of Alex Garcia and the 213 of Carlos Lazaro. That fills out your Honda Wars field. And then a little bit farther back is the number 23, third in the MP3B category, the 009 of Roberto, Charles, and Jonathan in their BMW. All right, it's Formula Inter qualifying time now. Remember, the first session, they got out and got literally a couple of laps. That was about it. And then the monsoon hit. In the second practice session, though, the number 12 of Christian Garduño ran a lap at a 132.163. That put him on top. But second was Michael Costello, 34 one-thousandths of a second back. And then behind them by 16 one-hundredths of a second was the number 9 is Santiago Fernandez, another tenth of a second, Suelo Almeida. Just incredibly close here. Basically, the top 7 cars all covered by 1.5 seconds. And Alex Popov didn't get a lap in, and you know he is going to be an absolute front runner here. Remember now, these cars will be using the infield 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 complex for their very quick 15-minute session. Alex Popov, first car through. Great to see him out there. Then 2 of the 3 ladies in the field, the number 14 of Mate Casieres and the number 5 of Mayru Herrera. Then Costello, Garduño, then Emma Scarborough, third of the ladies, then Suelio Almeida, and Santiago Fernandez. 8 cars, 15 minutes. Set in the field for their 2 races tomorrow. This next lap and the one following it, you would think would be the quick ones. You need to, in only a 50-minute session, one of the things you have to do is sort your position on track out. If you're behind somebody who's quicker, or slower, you need to either pass them right now or back off and give yourself a gap. Now, if you're looking in the mirrors and there's somebody right behind you, you don't want to back off too much. So you've kind of got to judge things just a little bit here. Target time is going to be Christian Garduño's 1 minute 32.366. Now, it's much later in the afternoon than when they were out. So it's sunnier, but it's also, the temperatures are probably a bit cooler. And the number 14, if Mate, and then Mayru Herrera goes to the top at a 33 flat. So already we're close. Michael Costello in the number 8 goes a 33.008 to a 33.08. And Santiago Fernandez at 132.7. So next lap should be the telltale. Boy, I'll tell you, Alex Popov is just struggling here so far. He hasn't been able to get a lap in a couple of one of the sessions. And first time by here, he's a ways off. Oh, and there's a drafting duel going down the short or the long straight, heading into turn 8. Yeah, so that's just good. Those 2 cars are running too close together. You're not going to get a draft, especially running side by side. Now, neither of you are really on the opportune racing line, so the car to the inside makes the pass. And now let's see if that car can really let fly here. You're not going to get much of a tow. If they were running the banking, then that would be a great idea. But having to duck back down into the infield, that's not going to work. And just if you're wondering, while the other cars, the FARA cars, are running the banking, well, these cars are not really designed to run banking. It's not so much the banking, it's what happens if something goes wrong on the banking with the open wheel and the like. Even with the safer barriers for these cars at speed, it can get kind of ugly up into the, if you have an incident up into the banking. So Alex Popov finally gets a nice clear lap for him anyway. It turns a 132.49, and that jumps to the top of this session and is within about a tenth off of the fastest lap we've seen in this category so far. Mayru Herrera doing a superb job in the number 5, still hanging right in there. Just set her fastest lap at a 32.552, sitting second. Just like that, a third of the session time is gone. So it is serious go time right now. The thing is, some drivers like a car in front of them. They like that carrot, so to speak. They can reference what that car is doing, see where they're braking, brake a little deeper. They're in chase mode. It can be faster. Others want to be completely alone in qualifying. All right. Everybody's had a couple of laps to really get those tires in shape here. Let's see what happens. Popov turns a 132.350, quickest lap so far this weekend. The 132.5 by Mayru Herrera hangs for second, so it's the 11 of Popov, the 5 of Herrera. Now the number 9 is Santiago Fernandez, jumps up into third. Mate Casieres is in the 4 spot, the number 14. Right now, that top 4 covered by less than half a second, folks. And Michael Costello, who was so quick in that second practice session, sitting in 5th right now, 0.6 of a second off provisional pole. Suelo Almeida, who had a 132.4 in that earlier session, has only been able to muster a 133.1. So there's certainly more time to be had here. All right. Pack heading down through that infield section through 10, now through 11. And then through 12. Here they come. Here's 13, 14, and then this last turn, 15. Here we go. Does Popov improve? He does. First driver into the 131s at a 131.971. Mate Casieres in the 14 improves to a 132.5. But that lap by Popov now puts him at this stage a half second clear of the field. But the 12, a Christian Garduño, says not done yet, folks, and uncorks a 132.4. And that pops in Santiago Fernandez onto the provisional pole by 94 one-thousandths of a second, turns a 131.877 second lap, 94 one-thousandths of a second quicker than Popov. So it's the 9 of Fernandez, the 11 of Popov, the 12 of Garduño, the 14 of Casieres, and the 5 of Herrera. That's your top 5, with the 7 of Suelio Almeida. In 6th, the 8 of Michael Costello. In 7th, and in 8th spot, the 15 of Emma Scarborough. Wow, Santiago clearly did not like me talking about the fact that he was not matching his times from the previous session and decided to get after it. All right, somebody really slow down the backstretch. You hope that isn't a problem here. Staying way out of the way of the other cars. That's a good sign. Mate Caceres once again improves her time to a 1:32.3, holding on to that third spot. Boy, almost everybody ducking into the pits here. And that's part of the training. If you understand, if you get those tires, the pressure in the tires up, and you do that by getting the tires up into the right temperature range, if you get the pressure in those tires correct at the right time, when the tires are still at their very best, that's when you're going to be fastest. And if you manage to do that, the odds are very slim that you're going to better that time, because any tire will have a little bit of drop off after 2-3 hard laps. So the whole idea is you want to get that in the window. All right. Looks like that may have been actually by plan. All those drivers, maybe that was their plan. Go out, do 4 or 5 laps, and then come right back through. If you have an issue, or we'll look at you and let you go back out. So we have 4.5 minutes left in this session. Lapping at 1:31s. That's 3 laps. Three minutes to go in the session. Let's see if somebody has the magic here in these last few laps. Santiago Fernandez just improved his best time to a 1:31.7. And suddenly that 94 1,000 margin has gone to a tick over a quarter of a second. Santiago Fernandez is dialing it up right now, folks. Alex Popov into the pits. And at this stage, we've got about a minute and 15 seconds. Yep, Popov makes that hard left. You hate to see it before a session ends, but into the paddock area. So Christian Garduño, he doesn't need to find much here. I mean, 8 100ths or 81 thousandths of a second And he jumps to the inside of that second row provisionally here. Costello, a 132.581. That's his best lap. Still, though, 4/10 off of where he ran earlier. He is going to be pretty distraught, I would think. So Elio Almeida jumps to the fourth spot at a 1 minute 32.391, 20 thousandths of a second off of Mate Casieres as the checker flag comes out. So anybody who's on a lap before that checker flies, it will count. So here comes our first driver to pick up the checker flag. And Christian Garduño waits for a little bit and then puts in a time and jumps to the inside of the front row. He turned a 132.228. So Mate Casieres now is 0.14 of a second behind Garduño. Interesting how these sessions can unfold. Garduño fastest in that second session, the long, actual, really effective practice session. But then fourth, fifth for most of this, and then right at the end, jumps to third. But that 132.2 isn't quite as quick as he ran earlier today, so that'll frustrate you big time. All right, who does anything special here as they come to the flag? Any big leaps? Costello struggling. Suelo Almeida, the same. Santiago Fernandez uncorks another fast lap, goes a 1 minute 31.678. Now has that margin from a quarter of a second up to 3/10 of a second. And kudos here for Emma Scarborough. In that morning session, Emma was at a high 133, and for most of the session, she was off a bit. In her last lap, she just uncorked a mid 133, and that got her right into the window once again. Only 1.2 seconds off of Michael Costello. So the provisional grid right now looks like on pole the number 9 of Santiago Fernandez by 3/10 of a second over the 11 of Alex Popov. Row 2 inside will be the number 12 of Christian Garduño. And a very impressive young lady, Mate Casieres. On the outside, in row 3 on the inside, the number 7 is Suelio Almeida. Outside, another very impressive young lady, Maru Herrera, in the number 5. Then row 4 on the inside, the number 8 of Michael Costello, joined by the 15 of Emma Scarborough. So that wraps up qualifying for Formula Inter here at the Hankook 300. And with that, taking a look at our schedule, we've got a bit of a break now. It's dinner time. We're going to have a number of academy sessions that will be out there running. Our dinner hour will be shortened just a smidge. And at this point, we have been informed thus far that we will be back on schedule when racing resumes. That is 7 p.m. this evening Eastern Time, 7 p.m. local and Eastern Time, when we will start gridding for our first of 4 races on the weekend for the modified production and FARA prototype cars for the FARA Championship here at the Hankook 300, round 6 of the FARA Championship season. We'll be back with you in a while.
here, please head on over there, give them some business. They will deeply appreciate it, so will everybody at FARA, and you won't be disappointed because the food is superb. So please do head over there. Also, make sure to check out the vendors in the media center. Very much appreciate that, for sure. Although not as hot as it was, ladies.
open from this time until 7 p.m. We need fuel to make your way to the station. driven is happening, I believe we are going to have one more group of our academy cars that will be on map while they establish the grid. That'll be coming up. Hope you had an opportunity to wander over and check out the food truck and enjoy that tasty fare. And I truly hope you've been able to wander over and take a minute to listen with our vendors.
Entryway and inside.
Attention in the paddock, this is the last call to the grid. You're missing just one car, car number 148. If you're going to make this race, please make your way to the grid. Into the evening for the Hankook 300. Thank you very much for coming out. Enjoy the race.
Hi, everybody, and welcome once again to Homestead-Miami Speedway for the Hankook 300, the 6th round of the FARA Championship Series. We're ready to go racing as the lights are coming on around the Speedway. Great to have you with us here, courtesy of Driver's Eye Live, as FARA takes the next step in their development and progress, now being streamed. So great to have you here. Hello to everybody on site that is here as well. So nice to have you all here, folks. Those of you watching on the stream, absolutely phenomenal what they're doing here on the infield during the lunch and dinner breaks. Food trucks on hand, vendors, all kinds of things unfolding. And we just had a long dinner break and some what they call academy sessions, which is high performance experience driving. But we're ready to go racing. The pace car is actually starting to roll off. So it's time for us to give you the starting lineup. Starting on the pole, currently third in the points in the MP1A category for the fastest class in the modified production, is Marcel Fayen in the number 03. Setting a really quick lap, folks, at a 1 minute 21.449. Starting second on the grid is the lone prototype. That is the FARA prototype category for FP3 of Teddy Alvarado, currently second in the points. Starting in row 2 on the inside, starting third, the number 129 of Miguel Marzano, second in the MP1A category in qualifying. He's 15th in the points, has only run one race prior to this, so not a bad job for him at all. Starting in the 87 spot, or excuse me, in the 4th spot is the number 87, Marc Julien. He is on the pole in the MP1B category. On the pole in the MP2A category, starting in the 5th spot, although we understand they may not be able to start, they had a problem after turning a quick lap in qualifying, would be the crossbow of Alain Nadal from ANSA Motorsports. Starting on the 6th spot, outside of row 3, the 777 of Neil Dimitri, second in the MP2A category, third in the points, only 12 behind the point leader coming in here. Starting in the 7th spot, the number 46 of Adolfo Rossi in the blue Ginetta. He is third in the MP2A point qualifying run right now, second in the points. Starting in the 8th spot, the number 132, the Porsche Cayman Club Sport of point leader, Sophia Basler in the MP2A category. Great qualifying run for her. Starting in the 9th spot, on the pole in the MP2B category, the number 55 Coconut Cartel BMW of Jose de las Casas, currently third in the points. Starting in the 10th spot, your point leader in the MP2B category, starting second in that class, 45 Jaden Beckman. She had a great qualifying run and has had a great season so far as she leads those points. Starting in the 11th spot, the number 77 BMW on the pole in the MP3A category is Rick Carlos. Starting in the 12th spot in the number 78 MP2B car, third in that class, but the leader in the MP3A points, Marco Pizza. Starting in the 13th spot, the number 71, second in the points in MP3A, starting second in that class, Patricio Frenulek. Starting in the 14th spot, the number 18 of Jonathan Bowerman, I believe new to the category, doing a great job, qualifying third in MP3A. Starting in the 15th spot, your leader in the points in the MP1A category, but having some fun, running an MP3B and a BMW, puts that on the pole in class, David Tuati. Starting in the 16th spot, the number 65 of Milan Lewis. He's leading the MP3B category by 22 points, but starts second today. Starting 17th is the point leader in the Honda Wars category. He leads by only 2 over Rodolfo Rodriguez, who qualified second in that category. What a battle they're going to have. Then the 256 of Alex Garcia, fourth in the Honda Wars points. Then 213 is Carlos Lazaro. He'll start fourth in Honda Wars. Then a couple of newcomers, the Jonathan, Charles, and Roberto MP3 category car, and Julio Gastaldi, who will be starting fourth in MP3A in the BMW. Pace car is in. We're getting ready to go racing. Green flag flies. We're green. And as one would expect, it is Marcel Fayen with a bit more horsepower jumping into the lead in the MP1A category Porsche, but a lunge to the inside by Teddy Alvarez down into turn 3 in the FP3 car. Teddy is going to be hounding Marcel in all the tight stuff that very agile, fast, high grip FARA prototype looking good, but right here, watch for it as they start to pull away and the horsepower starts to show as they head down into turn 6. Fayen opens up a little bit of a margin. The field still streaming through turn 3, 4, and 5. Under braking. As he gets around Teddy Alvarez as well. So we've got a great opening lap that has unfolded already. Fayen already with that big lead, as I said. Adolfo Rossi up into the lead of the MP2A category, 5th overall right now. He'd qualified 3rd, but without Alain Nadal starting, and he got around on Neil Dimitri, so Adolfo Rossi taking that blue Ginetta up into the class lead. Leading in MP2B is Jose de las Casas, got away a little bit from Jaden Beckman, and Sophia Basler sitting right now 3rd in the MP2A category behind Rossi and Dimitri. Then Rick Carlos leading in MP3A. Marco Pisa leading in MP2B, 2nd in MP2B behind Jose de las Casas. And David Tuati 3rd in leading the class in MP3B. Jonathan Bowerman back in the order a little bit, 2nd in the MP3A category, getting around Patricio Franulik. So Bowerman new here, doing a superb job in the early going. Milan Lewis running 2nd in the MP3B category to Tuati, but he's the points leader. And we got a late update that Luis Rene Canahuate had to start from pit lane due to a penalty that was left over from the previous race. So he had to leave pit lane and now slots into 2nd in that class. But up front continues to be all Marcel Fayen right now. Now we'll get to see whether Miguel Marcano is going to be able to close that down just a little bit. And in fact, he's actually lost some time, so he's got work to do. It looks like Teddy Alvarado may have been able to slide through and take the 2nd overall spot away. So Marcano having an issue out there. Yeah, he definitely did. Ended up with a, way off the pace for Marcano on that last lap. Mark Julian continues to lead the MP1B category in the beautiful white number 87. Interesting here, we've got Adolfo Rossi now has given up that lead spot to the 777 in the MP2A category of Neil Dimitri. So it's Dimitri over Rossi, then Jose de las Casas in the MP2B category up and splitting some of the MP2A runners, with Sophia Basler 3rd in the MP2A category right now. Then Jaden Beckman second in the MP2B category. Tuati continuing to lead in MP3B. And Rodolfo Rodriguez in the 215 leading in the Honda Wars, but by less than half a second, as he and pole man, but who had to start from pit lane, Louis-René Canahute, separated by only 2 points after 5 rounds of racing. And there are 4, well, normally there are 4 races per weekend. One of the rounds on, I think it was the 4th round of the championship, did a little bit of a different format, added a couple of races. Here comes the 777 of Dimitri, stretching his margin a little bit now over Adolfo Rossi. That's a bit of a surprise. And Jaden Beckman now has picked up some speed. And Jaden Beckman now is only 1.4 seconds adrift of Jose de las Casas in the battle for the MP2B category. And if you're just joining us, what these designations mean is if it's FP, that's FARA prototype, and that is a prototype design car. Mark Julian again continuing to lead in MP1B. Oh, and a traffic jam coming out of turn 4 and 5. Everything settled out okay, but the very quick Teddy Alvarado, as I said, that car is just magic in the corners. Doesn't have much in terms of horsepower compared to the MP1 A and B cars, but it flows so much speed, and he was all over the back of some folks here. So great battling continues here, and watching Jaden Beckman coming by here in the front straight, heading into turn 1. That's going to be one of the best battles clearly out here, as Jaden is finding some really good pace here and keeping Jose de las Casas honest at this stage. I was about to explain what the MP means, modified production, and MP1 is the highest category in modified production. And there's 2 classes within it, MP1A, MP1B. And it's MP1A FIA GT3 cars and 4-liter GT3 Cup cars. MP1B is up to 3.8-liter GT3 Cup cars and limited prep V8s, which means It's basically a street car, very limited production car with very little prep to it. MP2A and B. MP2A is for SRO GT4 car. This other cars up to 3.6 liters. MP2B is for what would be called touring cars. The BMW E46 M3, the BMW M2. MP3A and B are cars up to 3 liters and cars up to 2.5 liters. The MP4A category is for Honda Civics, Mazda Miatas, the 1.6 liter Jetta. And then Honda Wars is a spec class. Can be any Honda chassis. You just have to run a 1.8 liter B series Honda engine in that car. So, and it's often some of the closest racing going. We've got a battle for second down into turn 1. Sophia Baszler taking a look at the inside of Adolfo Rossi. Rossi with that outside line able to cover a little bit better speed and cover her off, not allow her to get through. But Baszler is on the prowl. Watch for them coming out of turn 3. Here we go. There you see the blue Jetta and that white pink striped Porsche of Sophia Baszler. And look at this right behind them. That battle heating up as well between Jose de las Casas and Jaden Beckman for the lead in the MP2B category. Baszler deep on the brakes down into turn number 6. And you could see right there Rossi was trying to work the outside. Meanwhile, Beckman is closed within about 3 car lengths on the back of De Las Casas. Let's see what happens here into turn 8. Here they come. And again, Baszler a little bit slow coming through 7, it looked like. So Rossi in that blue Jetta had a little bit of run. Then the orange BMW of De Las Casas and the bright yellow BMW of Jaden Beckman battling for the lead in the MP2B category. Last time they came by, it was 1.4 seconds, but it's a lot closer now. Jaden Beckman, she is just on the wheel right now. Here we go. Coming out of the final turn, turn 10, or oval 3, or 4, excuse me, down the front chute. There is Rossi. And again, Sophia looks to the inside, diving down into turn 3. She's deep on the brakes. She's there. However, runs a little wide. Rossi tries to cut back underneath. Does he get it done? He does. He got her trapped on the outside. By the time they got to the apex of 3, he was through. Here they are. Right behind them, there is Jose in the orange BMW and Jaden Beckman right behind. That is the battle for the lead right now in the MP2B category. What a great scrap we have here. And finally, Baszler, oh, she got through under braking into turn 6, but overshot the corner and ran wide. And that has allowed Rossi to go back through and into second spot in the incredibly close-fought MP2A category here. There they come, and all of that dicing has allowed Jose de las Casas, Jaden Beckman to close right up on the back of them. And I think our overall race leader might be coming up on the back of this group with Teddy Alvarado. May have closed up a big chunk of that margin. Now that's not in class, that's overall. Wow, what fun this is here. All right, here we go. And Adolfo working some lap traffic and leads comfortably now. Beckman had to give up for Alvarado coming by in the FARA prototype car, had to check up a little bit. And that gave up just a little bit of room. Looking back at what's going on in the Honda Wars category right now, Rodolfo Rodriguez leads the 89, Luis Rene Canahote, by 0.8 of a second. Wow, are they having a great run? David Tuati continues to lead in the MP3B category, the number 3 BMW. Milan Lewis is about 5 seconds adrift. There comes Tuati down the front straight, but getting back to our battle here that we've been following, it is so good. Heading into turn 8, let's see what happens. There you can see Teddy Alvarado working through and getting in front of Adolfo Rossi, but didn't look like it parked Rossi too much, and he's been able to open that gap up again on Sophia Baszler. And it appears Jose De Las Casas has been able to ease away once again from Jaden Beckman, but boy, did she give it a run. Coming by us on the front straight right now, the red 215 of Rodolfo Rodriguez and the 89 of Canahuate. So close still. Boy, and Jose De Las Casas, he drove a great lap, just turned a 134 flat. And that was enough to ease away from Beckman at a 135.5. So he's got that margin now up to just a tick over 2 seconds. And Baszler now has dropped off by about 2 seconds to Adolfo Rossi. Neil Dimitri in the MP2A category is just gone right now. The MP3A continues to be led by the 77 of Rick Carlos over the 18 of newcomer Jonathan Bowerman. Who's a couple of spots back, and then third is Patricio Franulik, a few more spots back. David Tuati leads Milan Lewis, BMW versus Porsche in the MP3B category by a bit. Oh, Canahuete now is closed up markedly onto the back of Rodolfo Rodriguez. Really, really close now, that battle for the lead in Honda Wars. It went from a second down to 4/10, so he made up some serious ground. And Jaden Beckman has dialed it up again. Last lap, Jose De Las Casas went a 133.3. She turned a 132.7 and took a half a second of that margin back. Here, okay, into turn 8 is Rossi with Baszler right there. Then the battle for the Honda Wars right there. So close, they're covered by a glove, and you can see again Beckman in that bright yellow car is closed up on the back of Jose De Las Casas in that orange Coconut Cartel BMW run by Ronnie Sport Racing, and Beckman in that Ruckus Racing car right there. Looking for that battle in Honda Wars as well. And the traffic coming through, Jose De Las Casas. Jaden Beckman is going to get absolutely parked going into turn 1. That's going to cost her a lot of time. Jose splitting those two Honda Wars cars of Rodriguez and Canahuete, and that affected their battle a little bit. But for him, it opened up the margin big time back to Jaden. No, she still has not been able to clear those two cars, but Jose getting hung up as well behind another car. Here's Adolfo Rossi heading in. There is Sophia Baszler in that battle for second. There's the orange BMW, and Beckman, man, did she get through those two Honda Wars cars nicely once she got in that exit of 5, and De Las Casas got still trapped a bit. I really thought that was going to hurt big time for Beckman. Adolfo Rossi negotiated the traffic a little bit better than Baszler. Now, I think they're going around the 71 of Franulik. Jose getting him on the exit of 8. Beckman now so close. Just swept the outside of Franulik. Man, there was nothing between them. And she might have a really nice run here with a good toe, potentially. Let's see what happens. There comes Baszler. Look behind now. Now, she didn't get as close as she may have wanted, but she's close. And all of that activity with the traffic has split that margin a little bit for Rodolfo Rodriguez. As I said, he was literally under complete attack from the points leader. I mean, they're separated by 2, so it's hardly a big difference between them. But it was 4/10 last time by. Now this time by, it's up to 2 seconds. That's traffic. And it doesn't always affect the faster cars getting caught in traffic. Sometimes it can really affect the battle in traffic as faster cars come through, and that's exactly what we've seen here. But Beckman staying right with. Oh, and I'll tell you what, as I was watching that and about to say Beckman staying with De Las Casas, once they got clear of the traffic, Louis-René Canahuete really uncorked on, and I think he's made up over a second on Rodolfo Rodriguez, the 89 and the 215, the red 215 and the white and blue. He's got through? No, he didn't. That's all right. That's another car. That's Fanula. Caught me off guard here. So we'll see what Canahuete is going to be able to do here. And Adolfo Rossi in the Ginetta now has really started to gap Sofia. And we have 8 minutes left in this race. Here comes your leader in the Honda Wars down the front straight. Rodriguez, Canahuete. Well, he had closed it up, but then I think he got caught in some more traffic. Here comes the number 78. Marco Pisa. Currently third in the MP2B category behind De Las Casas and Beckman. White flag, last lap, as Marcel Fayen has picked up the last lap marker. Teddy Alvarado, though, folks, in that FARA prototype has set fast lap of the race by 1/10 of a second over Marcel Fayen. No, make that 100th of a second over Marcel. Milan Lewis coming by, continues to lead in his class. Here comes Adolfo Rossi, stretching that margin a little bit over Sofia Baszler. And then watching for the De Las Casas, Jaden Beckman battle. They are side by side down the front straight. Side by side, heading into turn 1. Who's going to get it done? Beckman to the inside. If she can make it stick here and doesn't overrun the exit, she's through. New leader in MP2B. What a stunning run. Oh, and Adolfo Rossi just had a spin. Rossi from the second spot in MP2A just looped it. Checker flag is coming out. Wow, what an eventful last lap. Marcel Fayen gets the checker. What is the battle going to shape out to here? Rossi is going to be absolutely beside himself, looking for the battles in class that we've been following here. You can see Rossi now leaving turn 8. Here comes David Tuati with a nice win in the MP3B category. Here comes Miguel Marcano winning. Here comes your winner in the MP2A category, Neil Dimitri, doing a nice job. Here comes Milan Lewis, second to Tuati. Here comes Sofia Baszler. And here comes, I'm sure, a frustrated Adolfo Rossi. Look at this battle. Side by side to the line. It's Baszler by 3 feet. Wow, what a run they just put on. And it's Beckman winning by next to nothing. What an incredible run. Nipping, well, she got by Jose going into turn 2 on that last lap. And he came back with as much as he could offer up, and Beckman holding him off. Official margin of victory for them, 0.1 of a second. Incredibly close. So Marcel Fayen wins overall, wins MP1A. Teddy Alvarado finishes second overall, wins FP3, FARA Prototype 3, and sets the fast lap in the race. The 129 in Miguel Marcano finishes third overall, second in MP1A. Marc Julien in the white number 87 finishes fourth overall, wins MP1B. Neil Dimitri had a pretty dominant run in the MP2A category, the 777 in that Porsche, up by almost 10 seconds over Sophia Basler, who takes second in that category in the number 132 Porsche due to Adolfo Rossi's spin. He hangs on for third in the MP2A category. Jaden Beckman winning by a eyelash over Jose De Las Casas in the 45, that bright orange BMW over the bright yellow BMW over the orange BMW of Jose De Las Casas. Jaden run by Ruckus Racing. Jose, the Coconut Cartel BMW by Ronnie Sport Racing. MP3A, Rick Carlos in the number 77 BMW. Got that win. Then Marco Pisa in the number 78 finished third in the MP2B category. Jonathan Bowerman, a good run in the MP3A, a brand new racer, I believe, and ended up taking second in that category. So a great run for him. David Tuati winning in MP3B with Milan Lewis finishing second. Milan, a big point leader in that, is Tuati, leader in the MP1A category, deciding to have some fun in the MP3B and bringing it home with a win, but Milan getting really all the points he needed in that. And then Patricio Franulik finishing in the 15th spot. I believe that will still have him on the podium in MP3A. And at the end, Rodolfo Rodriguez in the red number 215 Honda Wars entry, winning by about 2 seconds over point leader by 2 coming in. So that's going to swing. That should give we'll see how that pans out. But the 89 of point leader Luis Rene Canahuate ends up second. That traffic really hurt him. Alex Garcia in the 256 finishes third in Honda Wars. The 009 of the three drivers, Jonathan, Charles, and Roberto, comes home in the 19th spot in MP3B. That should be, I think, third in that category. Carlos Lazaro in the number 213 Honda Wars entry ends up fourth in that category. And then our two non-starters, Alain Nadal in the Crossbow, and Julio Gastaldi did not start in that beautiful silver VW Golf. So we kick things off with one heck of a race here. The first of many to unfold this weekend in these categories, in the FARA Prototype and FARA Modified Production classes. We have 3 more races unfolding. One of them will also incorporate an Enduro. And we have 2 races tomorrow for Formula Inter. So it doesn't get much better than that. And boy, did we kick it off with a great race here. So as we are getting ready to wrap things up here, just want to say, first of all, a huge thank you to the guys from Driver's Eye Live for helping us put this streaming package together and taking FARA to yet another level under their new management. Doing an absolutely great job. Want to say a huge thank you to our sponsors. Of course, most notably here, you have to say a huge thank you to Hankook Tires, not only the official tire of FARA Championships, but also now the title sponsor of this Hankook 300 Round 6 weekend. So a huge thank you to them. A big thank you to Fiske Wheels to Colosso, to Row Motor Oil, to Southern Golf Carts, to Sergio's Printing, to the Race Tailor, to Chicago Atlantic. Just a great group of sponsors that make this all possible. And very quickly here, folks, want to run through tomorrow's schedule for you. Everything kicks off tomorrow a bit earlier, obviously running under the lights tonight to try and keep some of the racing activity a little chilly, but trying tomorrow to get everybody out of the track and home on this Labor Day weekend as early as possible. Those of you that are running, there is a mandatory drivers meeting for everyone at 8 a.m., and that includes the academy drivers. There will be a separate meeting to get into more specifics about academy. Then at 9 a.m., we start with our academy sessions. Our first race will unfold at 10 o'clock. We'll start to grid for our first race of the day, race 2 for the FARA prototypes and the modified production cars. That race for 30 minutes will unfold at 10 o'clock. Then we'll have some academy activity and lunch. Then at 12 o'clock, we'll start gridding for race 3, another 30-minute sprint for the modified production cars and the FARA prototypes. That will set sail at 12:30. Then we'll have an academy session. Then at 1:35, we'll have our 25-minute first of 2 races for the Formula Inter open wheel cars. Then at 1:35, we'll start gridding for, it's a double race. It's the 90-minute enduro. The first 30 minutes of that will be the 4th sprint race. And we'll explain that a little bit more. It works. Then an academy session. Then at 4:15, open wheel will return with Formula Inter. And then we wrap the day up with a couple of academy sessions. So thank you all for tuning in here to our first ever streamed event for FARA. And again, I want to say a big thanks to Drivers Eye Live. Appreciate everything to all of you here at the track. Thank you so much for coming out. We really appreciate you coming out and being here. The food trucks certainly do. Our vendors do. And certainly everybody at FARA. We love having some spectators on hand and enjoying. We do have some academy sessions that are going to run for tonight. So the track will essentially be hot until 10. But that is not something that we will be covering here, either on our Driver's Eye live stream or over the PA. So with that, I bid you adieu for the evening. If you're here on site, whatever you're doing tonight, please have a lot of fun, but do it safely. We want you all back here tomorrow. And for those of you who are tuning in on the live stream, same to you. Whatever you might be doing for the rest of the evening, enjoy it. But obviously, this is a big weekend. Be careful if you're going to be on the road anywhere. Have a lot of fun. Do it safely. And join us again tomorrow. We will be firing the stream up at about 10:25 to kick things off for a full day of racing tomorrow here at the Hankook 300 for the FARA Championship Series. We'll see you tomorrow, folks.